Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is a programming stream where we make Automat. Automat is a game automation app where you record macros and you can then play back those macros. And those pieces, you can see that this whole system is composed of many pieces, like this mouse, timer, and so on. You can combine them. So if you have a macro like this one, you could, for example, swap this button press for something else. You can chain them in sequence. So this is a macro that will repeat forever. It will then wait 10 seconds. And then they will, I guess you can figure out what it does really. Oh, and it moves again. So this is Automat. So Automat is a game automation environment, but not only that, it's actually meant to be more as a kind of general purpose interface for interacting with a computer. So it can do things like programming, like it has built-in library of instructions that you can combine together to do stuff. Recently, it also gained the ability to display windows. So you can see this is a window that Automat embeds inside.
Meister Chica says,
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. So FYI, this stream may abruptly end because there is some construction work nearby and they have been cutting electricity constantly recently. So just FYI, if I disappear, it's just it's how it is. We have to deal with that. So we have this. I was actually cleaning up the pointer implementation. I thought it's pretty much bug-free, but it doesn't seem to be bug-free now. So we have this nice property that I can... some of the pop-ups now properly stick to the corner of the screen. This is actually how it should behave in Wayland. But the pointer is kind of misbehaving here. I will have to look at this right now, probably.
And not deal with sleepiness from night shift.
Night shift in tech, that's a rare thing. Huh. Anyway, I need to figure out what's broken here. There is something wrong with pointer coordinates, I guess. We can figure everything out.
Not if you work for company that medical and science stuff. I was so happy with my cleanups. Oh, my adventure with Bitburner has ended, unfortunately. This is how I was playing this game for a lot, but I'm not sure if I care about recovering the save. Corrupted save.
Yeah, and I haven't been doing backups in a long time. And this is the second time it happened. After the first time I was able to recover most of my progress, but I mean, keeping this tab open for 3 days straight to beat another bit node only to lose the save, it's... Maybe I will come back to this game eventually. I need to switch to more normal games. Playing programmer games can kind of... It's not a good thing for me to play, because then I want to automate with Automat, and I should really be focusing on other kinds of games. Like, the new GTA is coming up in a couple of months. I will definitely be playing this, and I will see what can be automated with Automat there. It would be nice to prepare some good tools for automating GTA 6.
That's why I started working on my own game that I have touched in a week. Haven't touched.
Yeah. I'm not sure if programming games, the games where you program, to play the game, they are as rewarding. I think the rewarding part is the complexity of the world within the game, and the fact that you can, if the world is alive, when it's composed of many interacting systems, this is what makes the game fun for me to play. And Bitburner was it didn't really have that. The interaction was very superficial. You could, spend money. You could earn money in one system and spend it in another. And that was about as much as you could, as the interaction between system goes. Oh yeah, and you got some bonuses that applied between different systems. It was very kind of linear, still I would say. There weren't that many exploits. Surprising interaction between systems.
Then try to automate GTA-V first taste.
I actually did. There are some exploits in GTA 5, like... I don't remember exactly. I think there was some money-making exploit that I automated with Automat. It worked.
Briefcase exploit.
Possibly. It was like half a year ago or more. I don't remember exactly. I remember it involved calling somebody on the phone. And then crashing? Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember exactly. Pointer, yes, pointer. See the entry point for pointers. When something happens, we need to somehow send this information to the Wayland layer, and this must be happening through where?
SIFP or MP money making.
Single player, yeah, it was single player. It was single player, it involved some mission from the campaign. And the idea is that you cannot complete this mission because if you complete it, you cannot make money with this anymore. It was a glitch that was present in some specific mission. If you search on YouTube for GTA 5 money-making exploits, you will find it. The exploit is just about precise replay of input events, and this is something that you can do with a macro. It wasn't very... it was a complex, long macro, but it wasn't complex in the sense that it was just one Automat object.
Can you automate chess?
I think so. I think with assembly you could. The widget for a register even looks like a chessboard. Oh, come on. I guess you could store like pawn positions in one register, towers in the other, and so on. I only have 8 registers here, but there is support for 16. It's just they are not visible in the UI. And the UI is... ugh, I hate the UI. I need to fix it. Okay, I need to figure out what's happening on mouse enter, mouse exit. Somewhere here there should be pointer over.
But after 6 half moves, you have 119,060,324 possible positions.
Yeah. 100 million is not that much. You can probably push it a little bit more. Like to 1 billion or so. So maybe like one more move. Yeah, I actually think chess could be played even without external memory, just by, scanning the tree up to some depth and, scoring the positions and reporting the best one. Okay, so this is happening when I'm moving the pointer. Pointer move. I have this, so this is the one that I changed the most recently. Okay, let's just print those pixel positions. I want to see if the error happens before this point or after this point. Okay. Maybe I will do one more thing. I will print the address of this object. This way, if there are many surfaces, I will be able to distinguish between them in the log window. Okay. We have just one surface. Pointer position seems to be... Okay, this is definitely correct, because things match my pointer much. This is pretty interesting. I guess we must have multiple surfaces here. There's probably background surface with the shadow and some other surface with the contents of the window. Now I can open the pop-up. And now it seems to work. I do this. It works. Hey, why was I having a problem like a minute ago? It's one of those Heisenberg bugs. I start logging and it disappears. There is another cool thing I could do. I could fix the position of this pop-up so that it would, I want it to properly stick to, you know, the window in real time, not only when I move my mouse. Okay, maybe the issue happens if I change the decoration mode. Let me disable decorations. This works. Okay, no, it still works. I do have an issue here. Create new document. I cannot hover in the other pop-up. This does not work. See how much space it takes to build Automat. 170 gigabytes and counting. Okay, so why is it working now? I do not like it. I do not like it a bit. Yeah, now it's broken. I unzoomed and it broke it. Now if I zoom, there is something strange going on here now. Because when I move my pointer, there are two windows that receive the events. Okay. So I actually have this pointer hover, pointer unhover mechanism that should control events. I actually think this window is probably getting double events right now. Yeah. There's one way to check this. There's definitely too many pointers. Watch. We'll start this again. This time carefully. I want to see when the issue starts. Move my mouse here. There's one pointer's being watched. Still one. Still one. Okay, just moving my mouse around doesn't seem to be triggering the issue. There was 2 pointers. Yes. 2 pointers are being watched somehow. Yes, so this window now receives events even though it should not. Okay, so the issue must be in the pointer hover, pointer unhover. Those are the only places where I have start and stop watching.
Could AI solve any of stalling problems chess platforms are facing?
URL.
Is stalling some kind of meta for players? Like, is it kind of worth for them to just wait you out? Oh, he was just thinking. Oh, nice, nice.
He was not thinking.
Okay, so this is just moving stuff around. That was a very even match. Those endings, they're so fun to me. They're like Rubik's Cube, you know. It's not obvious immediately what will happen when you move a piece, but there's a lot of complexity. That grows very fast if you move a couple moves forward.
He just refused to play until he realized I won't let him play another game until current game finishes, or he resigns. He blundered his queen move before I shared the game and started stalling. so he just wanted to waste my time.
It triggered it. But this move is generating a little too many events. I will beat this. I just need to move my mouse very fast, and sometimes I can trigger this issue.
If you did that in official tournament, an arbiter would walk up to the table and terminate the game.
I found it. So when my pointer moves here, and then leaves through here, and then comes back, I can create many pointer watches. Can I also do this in reverse? No, I cannot. This is perfect. Let me fire up the VM. A VM with Claude. And tell it to fix this. Oh no. Oh, this is amazing. So this is the VM where I am developing Automat. And it started within Automat. That's incredible. Now I have to stop this. I have to start it outside of Automat. So I need to reset it. But yeah, this is a good sign. It means that Automat will be... It will be possible to develop Automat from within Automat soon, once I finish all of the quirky Wayland usage. So this is the VM, but of course I'm not going to play with it directly. I will SSH into it. And let's see if Fable 5 is active. It was supposed to become active soon. It's still not there. Switch to default. And let's describe our issue. Okay, in the meantime, we can figure out what really happens when a pointer leaves the window. Yeah. Let's see XCB. There is this leave event. So what is happening here? We are calling mouse leave. Oh yeah, so when we set pointer to null, hover, and hover. And that should help. Let's see. Yep. Definitely seems to help. Now when I open this tooltip, even if I do some very edgy movement of pointer, yeah, still works. Okay, there was no reason to call AI for help, but maybe I can look for other places where we clear the hover, where we set it to null. Yeah, interesting. Because whenever we change hover, we need to do this dance. We need to say unhover and hover. Is okay. It's just reading. This is also just reading. Yeah. I think the issue is fixed. The only problem is we do not support all of the pop-up windows. So maybe this is something that we should tackle now. Or maybe the position updates. Maybe let's fix the position updates. Okay, actually this one could be helpful. The last commit? Something different. Okay, I remember that inside widget, so this bug is fixed. I had some callback, yes, transform updated. I think if a window notices this transform updated, it should update the pointer pop-up positions and the transforms for the pop-up windows. Let me first see if this is being called. This is Wayland surface toy. I think current surface is responsible for placing pop-ups. So this is called from from tick, obviously. Yep, it's definitely called a lot. Okay, so whenever this transform updated is being called, I could call sync children. Let's do this for now. There's probably a better way to do this, because this sync children is really for updates in the surface hierarchy, so it's doing more work than it should. Now, yes, as I'm moving this around, it sticks where it should be. Isn't this nice? Ah, this is also nice. It can flip around like that. Like that. Wow. I mean, the behavior of those windows, it's pretty nice. And you know what? They jump suddenly like that, and this just begs for good animation, for a good responsive animation. Let's do this. Let's animate them. Spider. Ah. I know I cannot even hover this submenu, but it's going to be animate, because no window managers do this. Like, why would a window manager do this responsive animation? No reason. This is why we are going to do this. Sync children. So this current code, I think we have two changes. It's transform updated and this log. Log will remove. And this reveals a small issue with this kind of auto-generated code mostly. It's that, I mean, it's not quite auto-generated. I kind of polished it a little bit, but Actually, no, positions could be animated. I can totally do this. So we are iterating through the child tracks. Cool, cool. So within each child, C, we are storing those values, offset, and so on. Let's go to this child struct. I am going to keep them. Those will be our target values. But instead of using offset, look at sizes of things. Super simple. The thing we are doing is just we will not be using offset directly, we'll be using offset animated. Issue now. What's the problem? Not convert. Oh yeah, there is probably a constructor here somewhere. No. This at the end. Yeah, now it's better. Offset. I do not like initializing values, structs using positions. It's just begging for a bug. Maybe I can use designated initializer. Nothing changed. It's still working like it used to. Well, actually, maybe let's initialize this differently. Maybe this could be optional. I think it should be optional. Because at this point, we do not know where it should appear. Remove this and this. The variant, it's fine. I need to fix this because it will mess me up. I'm slightly concerned that this function may be deleting the old vector. It's wrong. It should not do that. Okay, stuff should still work. Compile, display properly. Now we will write the animation rule that will govern the behavior of this.
What
It's
do
that.
you think about this game? It's downloadable GIF.
URL.
This out. I'm not downloading any GIFs. It's I do not trust my local software enough to play GIFs safely. If this GIF played within the browser, sure. Browser isolates this stuff, but not downloading. Okay. Let's go to sync children. This place. So, instead of doing this, so this P here, this is more of a target position for our thingy, for our offset animate. So if this has a value,
Your chat can play chess.
oh nice. Does it actually work? I had no idea this would work. Yeah, we'll gladly display any Discord upload. Oh, shouldn't be cons. Children. I will change this. We'll do redraw this frame. Maybe I shouldn't do redraw this frame. Maybe I should just do wake animation. Yeah, I think this should be enough. Let me see if the animation wasn't broken by this. Now it's laggy. The redraw this frame isn't quite what I want as well. Where's this code from?
I was about to sell my idea to the world. Then I realized we are using semi-digital board in official tournaments.
It's cool that a game can be exported to a GIF. It's a nice idea. I wonder if it uses some clever GIF compression tricks to actually do this efficiently.
My idea was you stream moves into a piece of software and you generate GIF as game as playable. like live gift service. You know there was proposal for official standard for chess GIF.
How would it differ from regular GIFs? Maybe it would be scrollable, you know. GIF has a timeline. I wonder why my wake animation did not work. Oh, it's because by this point... You know what? This transform updated needs some extra parameters. Timer. I think timer should be passed here.
So you would store starting position if needed as first 96 bytes. Then you would store moves plus time taken to make move. And then you would store up to 6 images of piece. And then color shift format.
Oh yeah, it's a nice idea to have full game serialized like that. In PNG that would be easy because PNG allows those extensions. Is there W? Root widget.
So basically compressed digitally created video of game but
This stuff here. Oh, this is going to fix a lot of animation glitches. I just realized when we do wake animation from transform updated, we will only wake it on the next frame. And now should be same frame.
the idea was to make single format instead of currently used 4 formats.
Works. It works. Nice. I need to figure out this border still. Now, sync children is called from one place only, and it means I can move this into tick. Period, let's say 0.1 for now. So this sort of animation that I have here is still laggy. Because instant updates in the window position, they will always be animated. So this is still not how it should work. It's just the first step. Oh, and probably translate as escape vector. So this set animated value is always present because it is filled here. I feel like it's maybe not being called really. Let's make it slow. Let's log something here. Yeah, this is never being called. So it means that this child keeps being regenerated. Let's extract here. Child animation, first frame. Yeah, we only get first frames here. It's not how it should be. I want to submit this code, so first
I just remembered. Have you seen mathematical proof that EO rating are fundamentally flawed?
no. Sounds interesting because this is how we compare language models as well. They are shown to people and people decide.
So common starting point is 0, right?
Is Fable here? Oh, still not.
Say you and play game of chess, and you win and score 1 elo and I lose. One so new ratings are, you won me, one.
But Elo isn't a zero sum, I think. I think if you have somebody with a lot of points, I am not sure. I'm not sure actually. I do not know how Elo works. But yeah, continue. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll make some coffee.
Given that equation used to calculate elo has global minimum of 1, everyone with elo 0 or lower is mathematically speaking better than person with maximum elo delta.
So I'm reading what you wrote. So given that equation used to calculate ILO, the global minimum of 1 global minimum of 1. What does this mean? Maybe I do not know enough about ILO to understand this. So you cannot drop below 1 ILO, right? Okay. Actually, the AI found an issue. It noticed that this is part of VM, apparently, state. It shouldn't be part of VM state, this is part of the toy, but whatever. But I guess we just copy this over every time we do this.
Yes, you can drop Bellow 1, but only if you are to lose to player of Elo 1, and you yourself are rated with Elo 1 dot.
So can this trick be abused to win with, to push your AI model in benchmarks ahead of others? You would have to make a very bad model, right? And drops to 0 ELO, and then you could argue that it's mathematically better than the best one.
Yes.
I still do not know how this works, but okay, maybe there is something in the math. I do not understand the ELO system. I mean, I understand it roughly. I do not know the formulas. And properties. I guess it has some interesting properties as well. Okay, this is just explaining how it works.
But such manipulation would be easily detectable by Arbiter's system in place.
I think you will remove it from here. will be no offset animated here. Instead, inside this surface, give me a sec. The mapping from a Wayland surface into yeah, let's keep it like that. Pop-up positions. The idea is that we will only update pop-up positions, because I think only pop-ups can have positioners. This is a Wayland thing that handles those funny positions.
Dirk, most. Rated. Benchmarks expect you to enter with some sort. Baseline. Say you enter with assumed ELO 1500. Over time you go to the ELO of say 1900. Over 40 rated events that would mean you score 10 per event. But if you enter same pool with 12,200, you could theoretically exit it with 2,700, Shaw.
Assuming you would get the same 10 events, right? Sorry, the same 40 events. Yeah, this kind of assumes that you can control who you can match up with.
Yes, on chess.com there was scandal with EL buying. You would create new account and play for like 3 days and be higher rated than Magnus or Hikaru.
I wouldn't call this a scandal. It sounds like a good practical joke.
And it was all possible because lower ELO entry and shorted record in rated events means you gain more per event.
Yeah.
Theoretically speaking, if you were to 2-enter FIDE pool today and beat Magnus in rated game, you would be first player in chess history to reach 2,700 ELO with only one game played.
Metal CT Twum says.
Hello, greetings from Slovakia.
Oh, hey.
Dragon.
You have a friend from Slovakia who left Google at the same time as me. So I wonder how he's doing. He's probably working on Factory. Factory is made in Slovakia, right? No, it's from Czech. Not that far.
And can I ask you, where are you from?
Not that far from you, probably. A little bit to the north. I'm from Łódź in Poland. It's no hint. Why? Does this return something? Yes, it was the iterator. Okay, big test. Is this going to animate pop-up positions or not? Nope. They are not animated at all. Even they actually stopped moving. Oh, I need to kind of move my mouse over for them to animate. I know why. Because we need to report proper value here. Okay, give me a sec. I'm going to turn this thingy. So talk, this type, this is how I do animation. It's a thing that I return from every tick function, and it tells the animation system whether I want to redraw, change shape, or keep animating. And the animation system actually integrates quite nicely because it returns animation progress. And it should be, yes, it should be possible to integrate it like that. Can I do this? Let's do that. So that is fine. So the pop-ups should now animate. Whoa! It did animate. Make this smaller.
Meister Chica says,
This is how trap someone's queen in an losing position.
The animation is still not responsive because you can see when I move my screen like that, there is a delay before the pop-up flies to the correct position. I only want the sudden jumps to be animated like that, like this jump. It should probably be faster. Maybe like that. Slightly too fast. This one problematic thing about those animation is that they are not they do not sum well. When it jumps up, there is a glitch with the position of this one. And also I think that sometimes those surfaces are destroyed and we are not handling this destruction properly. Okay, first let's handle these small updates. This is not a good solution, what I'm doing right now. I'm just checking the length of the vector and only animating if it's large enough. So this should make the animation more snappy, but it's not a universal solution. It only works in some... Yeah, right? Now it's very snappy. It's sticking basically to the corner of the window. And if I open... So many? Okay, this submenu is suddenly also not updating properly. velocity must be 0. Target. The value must be less than 10. True, but this should be wrong. It is tiny. It is... what? 7... something. Remove squared. Okay, so this is in metric space. Good to know. Not great because when I unzoom, those values are going to grow. I can increase this like 1 centimeter. So basically jumps larger than 1 centimeter are going to be animated. Maybe make this a little bit slower. And maybe I will increase this to 2 centimeters. There's one problem with this, and this is actually the point I wanted to address today on the stream. It's that Automat actually filters input events, so the window can only receive events which are over the window. And if this pop-up, for some reason, jumps outside of the window, now it's not going to receive those events, only when we are over the window. Which is a problem. We should really expand the shape of the window to also cover this rectangle here. Oh, it even closed properly.
Software's so bad my mom is paying me to build her custom software.
And I thought the agents were supposed to fix this. That was the point of AI, kind of. Everybody can build software now, isn't it? There's actually one type of animation that I really like. I haven't used yet anywhere in Automat.
We are at point where everyone generate code but can't generate software.
I think this is very good. There's one more thing that is missing. I need to clear the entries from this map after some time. I need a struct. Maybe not. I basically need to walk through this stack, check if the object is part of this map, and delete the ones which are not. Sorry, no. It's the opposite. I need to walk through the map and check if they are part of the stack. Ah.
Prompt of the day. Proceed with implementation. If possible, one step should be one commit.
And you can also put this on a loop. So if you put loop, like 15 minutes, and then this prompt, then the AI is going to just keep working, doing random things. Sometimes they could be valuable, so maybe worth trying. If you do not care about the project too much, at least. What do we have here?
And most importantly, steps are reviewable and revertible.
Okay, we'll put this index off here and this way. Kind of reverse this. This whatever. Zepper. Reference. Good. I don't know what I'm doing. To be looking for a non-existent element in a tiny vector. Yeah, what is a good way to remove the untouched pop-up positions? Do this. I think I can do this differently. Maybe I will just... I will do... Somewhere here I should first remove. that should compile. Now I need to iterate over untouched. Do this, and that should clean up the old surfaces. Should still have working animations. I need to see if this is actually removing anything. Yeah, looks like it works. Nice.
Gonhasis says,
Are those windows fancy enough?
They should be more fancy. I think we should also animate the titles. By the way, this is the real window title here. Kitty is a nice example because it doesn't really try to render its own decorations. This one anymore, because it's using GTK and GTK refuses to use system decorations. This is how it looks. But Kitty is a nice emulator. Kitty actually follows your advice. We can tell it to decorate itself, then it looks like that. Of this. But by default it uses Automat's decorations.
So great improvement then.
Yeah, Kit is actually so well behaved that I have nothing to fix here. Most of the real issues are with complex windows, like this one. Maybe I should actually use the shape of the toolbar to also push the pop-ups out. It will be kind of tricky though. It's fun to play with. See how far we can push simple pop-ups. Okay, next thing to fix. I think I can submit this. This looks good enough. We are properly clearing the animation entries. Wayland CPP includes Wayland HPPY. Why wasn't it included before? Very strange. So it used to work like that. Wow. We have our hash map, not so tiny hash map. It uses 64 bytes. It probably allocates more memory. This is mostly inline because this is only as large as number of animated pop-ups, which is never large. It's always going to fit on stack. Yeah. And this I can undo. I do not need it. Cool. Stuff works. Now, this is the big one I wanted to do today, those shapes. This could take me longer than a single day. The idea is that currently the shapes of widgets clip the input events. So if I have many like that, it's not going to receive any events. I can click here all I want. Nothing is getting into the window. Only when I'm over the window, only then the events are sent. This is kind of a problem. Yep. Okay. Now this is our main interface for working with shapes. And look at this, we already have a function, shape recursive. This is a very strange definition, but let's see how it is used. Okay, the way that this is implemented, it's implemented in a functional way, which is always correct. This is the safest way to write software, but it's also kind of slow, because whenever you want to get some value, you need to recompute it from scratch. And shapes can be kind of complex. You've seen that in Automat we have... With my mouse. With battery. Okay, we have some rather complex objects. This one. This is a complex, an example of a complex shape. Those buttons here are active. Those plants actually, change. So doing operations on this kind of shape is like recomputing this in a function, possibly tens of times per frame. It's not a good idea. Shapes need to be cached. There needs to be some kind of shape hygiene established. And I think very close to this. Is this shape recursive used anywhere? Board is using this for something. Stack shape. Okay. Put this here. Theoretic now. Okay, this shape recursive doesn't quite work. Even here it doesn't seem to do what it should. Oh. No, this is used for something else. It's used for location, because location is a very weird widget. So those pop-ups, they should pick up the mouse. I should be able to put the mouse on a pop-up and grab it, and everything should move together. Yeah, this is one of the things that should work once we finish. Shame this is the most used function. Also shape rigid. This shape rigid is being used. Location uses it. It's not used anywhere. Or maybe it is. Anyway, I think all three of those methods should be replaced. Let's plan a migration. I believe not there. Okay. Okay. The idea is that each widget may define some arbitrary shape. This will be escape path. Over enter. Yeah, I actually think shapes basically correspond with the stuff that's being drawn on screen. So I think shape should always be called at the same point as draw. Yeah. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. Yeah. actually think that shape may be called more frequently than draw, because this is something that can move the origins and like reposition stuff. And even if we cannot keep up with drawing stuff, it should still move the matrices and shapes on screen. I don't know, this may cause some problems, but yeah. I think this is how it should be. I don't think there is any reason to differentiate between shape rigid and shape. Yeah. Maybe let's just call it shape. Okay, then you will need to have those recursive shapes. So Okay, these course bounds should also be removed. And this centered at 0, I will have to think about this. Maybe I should remove this and use local anchor. And this is a separate fix. Okay. Texture bounds. Something that I think could be computed automatically. I wonder how it works in HTML. In HTML, it's possible to have a transform that puts a child outside of the parent's borders. Check this quickly. Okay, once we have the shape, we can compute this up. So It's good to know. What do I call this? Shape also includes shapes, children. For this, I will have to ask AI. think this is actually a good name. Shape. Recursive. Actually, subtree is probably nicer. Recursive is kind of... We are aggregating this without recursion. It's a confusing name. Inaccurate. Subtree is going to be better. We'll have shape subtree. Very nice. We do not shape rigid, shape recursive also. This one over. Default implementation, which just takes union of all child paths. The board calls it. This is okay. Be right back. So this covers basically those methods. Draw, yeah, they're going to stay the same. Shape is going to be kind of between them now. This one is interesting. This one will actually stop shape. Maybe it should not. This is going to cause so many problems, this migration, but it's necessary. Those bounds need to be updated. Or I use those correspondence. Okay, maybe I will keep this for now. I will remove this in some next stage. Because the idea with coarse bounds was kind of about centering the objects. It was to provide some kind of abstraction that would make reasoning about shape easier. I think coarse bounds, they do not really need to correspond to the shape of the object at all. It's mostly about alignment. Force bounds centered at 0. And local anchor. I think that was the idea with course bounds. It was supposed to represent the, if you imagine a widget as a fixed block of some material like wood, something like that, it was supposed to approximate the distribution of mass within the widget. Pretty much. Extra bounds seem to work still, so I'm not going to try to fix them. Okay, I need to define how pointers should behave. Yep. In this way, if there is a pop-up outside of the window, it will get pointer hover, enter or leave, something like that. Yeah. Sounds like a good plan. I'm not sure if it's a good idea to tell AI to do this. So AI could mess this up. Seriously. actually wondering how Sonnet behaves. It's actually better than Opus. Like, I would actually accept a drop in performance if it's less annoying to talk with. And let's maybe do this for now. Let's ask to investigate if there are any potential issues with this plan. I don't think there are.
LexNexus says,
2026 year of Linux.
Depends how you count. If you count number of machines, that was long time ago. What people say is they say it's the year of the Linux desktop, because this is the one area where Linux is still not dominating.
It's growing.
In smartphones, it is the like 80 or 90%. It's a monopolist already. In servers, same thing.
Especially after Windows updates that break everything.
And it's also going to come to Windows. But it seems like Microsoft is going to take it to Windows because I think they are rolling out their own built-in Linux distribution that's going to be part of Windows. So that's going to be interesting. That's nice. Maybe they will improve some systemd, stuff. I hope they will not roll out their own version of everything.
The unholiest of all creations. We told you to not cross the streams.
That could be good, because, a lot of drivers may improve. Who knows? Who knows how they will approach this?
Ghostbusters reference. So if they do that, that means there won't be adrenaline shenanigans that break stuff with its driver updates.
I'm just afraid that... I expect it's going to be implemented in a way which takes all of the boilerplate of Windows and just keeps it. It's like WSL. having Linux on top of Windows, it's like the worst of both worlds, because you get the bad, I know, file system and task management from Windows. And the bloatware.
Bruh, imagine taking two great OS and picking only the worst parts, and then combining them into Antichrist. That is the new OS. Isn't Windows like 40 AI code?
Probably not. It's probably a little bit of code from like every year since 90s. It's like, it's by the way like the worst way to develop software, when you have many people developing the same piece of software. This is basically where bugs come from, really. It's not from unsafe languages, it's from rotation and loss of knowledge, loss of understanding.
Windows is metaphorical archaeology.
Like the new pop-up menus. Feels so nice.
Dig deep enough, and you will find stuff all the way from 2003.
That was a good era, actually. That is the era of Win32 APIs, before WinRT started re-implementing everything.
When Microsoft actually cared.
Okay, this stuff I really hate when I'm being, this is called, gaslit. I'm being gaslit by the model. It literally said this is a recursive blah blah blah. After shapes, they are transformed using their local and combined their parent. This is literally stated here, and it says, oh, there is no dirty propagation. This is dirty propagation. Children reorder pending in root widget. I do not remember anything like that.
Cool news on UK front. Your OS will now have to install software that scans everything you do until you verify your age. What could possibly go wrong? It's like installing any desk and setting access to public.
Interesting, very interesting.
It's cyberpunk, but cars don't fly.
WeChat with a step. Oh. Okay, Sonnet is just annoying as the previous models. I was actually hoping that maybe they actually cracked something in Fable and that made the model not talk like some LinkedIn maniac, but it still talks like that.
Isn't that sweet? How much UK Gov cares about us average folk. Also, Steam Machine price is just funny.
I did subscribe. I'm on the wait list for the Steam Machine when it comes out. It is high, but you know, Steam hardware is very good. Like, I do not have a lot of it, I have just Index, I think, but it's very impressive, it's very well made. It's one of my favorite pieces of computer technology, my home, this Valve Index.
I can get myself on the waitlist too. Steam makes good hard air. Will you buy it?
Oh yeah, yeah. Definitely, it's like a perfect living room PC. Currently I have something that's more than a decade old, so it's due for an update.
Which one? With controller?
No, the small one. I think replacing a hard drive is easy. And Valve, I think they said that they are going to make the hardware accessible, so yeah, swapping out more RAM or bigger hard drive is going to be trivial. So I'm fine with the smallest version. I will just swap out better memory when it gets cheaper.
They are all small. You can wipe the OS and install Hannah Montana OS instead. The best distro ever made.
Okay. Select OCR. Does something. Let's see. This is line 309. Changes instantly on screen.
You gotta install a spare SSD if you got one.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I also have some old memory I could put in there. I don't know what version of memory does it have? DR4 or something? It's currently in motherboard DR5. Oh. My memory is rather old. Anyway, I'm buying a new PC exactly because I want some new, fresh memory.
Good. I was looking at my upgrade path. Current bottleneck seems to be mobile, CPU, and DDR4 RAM tier.
Yeah. DDR4 We know that GPUs use a slightly more recent version of this DDR. Yes, DDR5 is the current standard. Yes, the memory version is like the most important thing for performance. Not more important, more so than CPU even.
Yay, with 6,000 toy?
It's going to get cheaper though. It's not going to be so expensive for long.
I was looking at 32 DDR5. It was 400. If I got newer mobile, I could use native GPU speed, which would drastically increase performance. ADD gaming.
Is this a thing? Do people game in 8K? It sounds like 3D TVs, like
I GTK, but my GPU can handle it.
Hola Hola Dem Boys says,
Is this Cowboy Bebop?
yeah. There are some soundtracks, and some of the nicest tracks are actually from the movie, not from the series. The movie had some really good music. find this exact. I'm looking for is
TTS Nexus says.
If you even need anything, they're both 4K. My GPU is freak of Vanguard.
okay. Hopefully it should be enough for it to work properly. I made an error while syncing. I ran RM on blah blah blah. Amazing, amazing. Settings local JSON. I think it's actually backed up. Or maybe not. Oh, it actually deleted file from origin. Okay, let me unmount origin. It's... Oof. Incredible. This VM was created specifically to prevent Claude from deleting any important files, and it was able to find the one important file which was mounted here in the VM and deleted it. Wow. I love it. And let me also find the... Yeah, I think I actually had some custom prompt here. This TMP is the internal workflow, something. Project. sometimes hiding. But I see it still writes wrong comments above every piece of code. Okay, this pop-up positioning worked very nicely. Need to make all pop-ups work. Loaded a skill for designing visual languages. Ew. Automat. Oh. Seems to work. Okay, this sonnet thingy, I forgot how bad it is. I have no idea what it deleted, honestly. It was probably... No idea. It's good this is all backed to GitHub. Yeah, it is pushed. I can get the current version from GitHub already. Boy, if it started removing, for example, art assets, I do not have them backed up really anywhere. I've been in those settings. It's committing from desktop. Okay, before I look at the code, let me see if it behaves properly. Incredible, incredible. This is how it works now. This is all throw away now. What did it change? The widget. This is good, this is good. Should be shape subtree thing. Or maybe shape. Should be draw. Whole point here was that we were pre-computing this shape, which is not necessary anymore. Look like that. Okay. Shape depends on the aspect ratio. So while this is animating, this aspect ratio should change like that. Remove this. I still do not see the bug which caused the window to break. Hmm. don't think I really need this check.
Just saw a documentary on how you could use wasted heat for electricity.
Sounds like a cool thing. I remember somebody told me there are those things called energy harvesters. Those are like modules, apparently, that provide very small enough power to digital circuits.
URL.
Yeah, I'm kind of busy not going to watch this now.
This was it. Aigamu. Just sent it in case you wondered or were curious.
Of course, it did it differently than I told it to. And there should be another stage here somewhere.
What would be speed benefit when I upgraded my CPU? AI, your motherboard can only handle this, so the bottleneck is the speed that it does. Okay, but that's literally not what I asked you to do.
Yep. By the way, I need to change the model because whoa, that one used the opportunity and just wiped some files from my working copy of Automat.
You ask one thing, and it hyper-focuses on completely different things.
Yeah, sounds about right. I'm going to keep it like that. A boolean in here. Maybe after this detached. There is some padding here. Or this may be reshape. Texture bounds are problematic. Yes, because those texture bounds are used to compute visibility. Okay, I'm doing this here because this is used for texture bounds. Yeah, the default uses shape bounds. Okay, this is the type of function that does not need a comment. If you compute shape subtree. Maybe it should be called subtree shape. Is this used by any widgets? It's not. Let's kill it. For our texture bonds, the problematic function. Very nice. So nice that I'm wondering why is rendering clip in this weird way. Instead of escape path, I think we should use the one that's using path builder, like here. Optimized for unioning many paths together. Perfect. That's what I want.
Add text const reference. I hope it's not a reference. Okay, I think this should be fine. I think there is some clever reference counting happening there. Probably unnecessary. It's very strange that something broke with the size of the window. The cone looks actually decent. It works when it's this small. Oh, I know what happened. Size of the window has changed, but we did not update the shape. This is working as intended. This request resize. Dot resize. Root widget should have a shape function somewhere. Yep, exactly. One that's using the size.
Interesting. I see some regressions. Oh, this. I can select options in sub pop-ups. Just started working. Wow. Almost. It's almost working. Okay, something is wrong with pointer routing now. It's some of this works better, some of this works not so better. Of course, than it used to. I do not see my menu to enable decorations. Hovering must be broken somehow now. Here, skin baked children. Okay. Weird things happened. Yeah, I definitely broke something just now. Or maybe it was broken. Okay, this glitch still happens. Maybe I can go back to this approach. This is why I said it's probably going to take longer than a single stream to get this to work. It's a good migration, I think. Oh no, I cannot throw stuff in the trash anymore. Yep. This is also because of this trash shape. This shape never called. Oh, I know. Because black hole also needs this. Fix this. Like that. So while the radius is being changed, I am reporting that the shape is changing. And while it's greater than 0, I'm reporting that we need to be true. And that should address it. Yeah, it works. This is not used anywhere. We can remove it. Okay, this is another case where shape has changed, but we didn't return shape from tick. Basically, all of the objects that have their shape updated will have to change now.
You can install Linux on PS5 now.
Being picked up. And I think we can see the old shape. Yeah, this is the old shape. Because it's cached in the shape variable. Something is causing a lot of slowness. So this new shape management is pretty decent. Timeline shape is broken. Leptonica board is broken. There is some strange performance. Okay. I guess we are actually doing quite well. I think I will cut the stream at this point. I'm not going to submit this code anywhere. It's too broken. But I really like that reshaping. It's now looking like that. Oh yeah, it's one more follow-up. There is something here. Over. I do not know what exactly. Anyway, I really like that I can do this, and this will automatically do the reshaping for me. Interesting. Yeah. Shapes are almost there. Almost there. What is this? No, there's nothing here, something here. Okay. I think... Yeah. I just need to debug this. It's a major thing. Like, this sample here, I think it should be very nice to see. Or maybe we'll debug this on Friday. Yeah, I think debugging and not only debugging but also developing will be nicer if I had some utilities first, like the utility to draw the shapes. Like when I pick a cable, the shapes show up for some widgets, but not for all. It would be nice to see the texture boundaries and the shapes of all of the widgets in the tree. Yeah, I think this is a nice plan for Friday. Yeah, that's what we are going to do. Okay then, so see you then. See you on Friday. Bye bye.